All right, welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's doing fine. So today, I've had a lot of requests to sort of build a bigger project in Rust. And so today I thought it would be fun to start sort of a longer series where we build a web app in Rust. And the sort of neat thing about Rust is that you're able to use it on both the front end and the back end. Specifically on the front end, you're able to do WebAssembly and run that directly in the browser, which is kind of cool. It's not something I've done a whole lot of. I've experimented with it a little bit. So the idea is to sort of, over time, build a backend in Rust and then slowly also build a front end that talks to that backend that we just made. And we're going to use Rust the whole way through, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. So today we're going to get started on building the backend. The very first thing we need though is we need a name. So if anybody in chat has any ideas for good names, that would be sweet. So like the first thing that we need to talk about in terms of building this app is which crates we're going to use. And there's a couple of crates that we're able to use specifically on the backend. The one that I have the most experience with is called Rocket. There's also one called Actix. There is Warp. We're going to talk about each of these, and there's a newer one called Tide. So Rocket is probably, together with Actix, the sort of most famous Rust framework, web framework. It is very easy to get started with, and it uses a whole bunch of sort of compiler procedural macro stuff to make sort of a very ergonomic API. So this is a GET request to slash something that is a string and something that's a byte, a U8, and then this is the actual handler for it. And you return a string, and Rocket automatically maps that to an HTTP response. And then you basically start the server like that. So this is sort of an entire Rocket app. The downside of Rocket is that it is not async. So it doesn't use async IO, which is fine. It totally would be fine for our application. But I think it would be more fun to build it using async, because there's a lot of hype around it. And this is certainly where it seems that all web frameworks are going. Basically, it makes perfect sense for a web framework to use async IO. And I know that the Rocket team is working on async. There's some talk about maybe it's going to work this summer. Rocket also currently only works on nightly. Maybe that's going to be fixed and released during the summer. We don't quite know. But until then, I don't actually think it makes sense to use Rocket, specifically because it isn't async. And also the database library that I want to use is async. And sort of mixing async and non-async stuff is sort of weird. So I would like to have an async web framework. So let's not use Rocket. There's a lot of hype around Actix as well. Actix has a bit of a shouty, like cloudy sort of history. We're not going to get too much into that. I'm not quite sure why, but I just don't feel sort of pulled towards using Actix. I don't know, it's just something that doesn't really excite me about it. There's also the fact that it seems like there's a big major version bump coming out soon. I don't know, Actix just somehow doesn't excite me very much. And there's Warp and Tide. Warp is also great. It builds on the Tokyo ecosystem. It's made by the same guy who makes Hyper. And it's apparently very fast. The one thing, I have played around with Warp a bit on the side. The one thing that doesn't excite me a whole lot about it is that the types that you get are kind of crazy. I suppose it is to sort of leverage Rust type system to monomorphize all these trait implementations and stuff like that and make it super fast and optimized. In my experience, some of the type errors you get are not great. And given that this is sort of a more beginner intermediate focused stream, I think we might run into some issues with using Warp. That said, I do think the sort of composable nature of the filter system is very neat. And maybe if we were to do some other series, we were going to use warp, or we could consider using it. But for now, I think I actually want to use Tide. I think Tide looks very straightforward, easy to use. It uses I believe it is sort of async runtime independent. So you can use both async standard and Tokyo. I'm not 100% sure. I know it definitely works with async standard. I feel like the API is a bit nicer. The type errors are a bit easier to use, or easier to understand. There's the one caveat. I don't know if it's mentioned here. Yeah, it does mention in the docs that Tide is not production ready yet. I actually wrote the maintainer about this on Twitter, and he says that most of the API is nailed down. They're mostly just sort of focusing on sort of polishing it and fixing some of the rough corners. The one thing that Tide doesn't have, that Warp does have, is WebSocket support, which is kind of cool. So if we wanted to do something with WebSockets, we would probably want to use Tide or use Warp there, and then hopefully Tide gets it later. Tide does have server-sent events, which is kind of like WebSockets except one way. So we could use that. I don't imagine using WebSockets anyway. That's mostly if you're doing like chat-ish kind of things. We could do stuff where like your timeline, your Twitter timeline automatically updates when there are new tweets. I do imagine we could do that with server-send events as well, though I don't think we need full client-server two-way communication to get that going. But for now, I actually think we're going to go with Tide and see how that works. So in terms of database library, I believe the two biggest ones are Diesel and SQLX. Diesel is the database backend database library for Rust that I've used the most. It uses sort of a lot of how do you want to call it, like not type magic, but it does some pretty complicated stuff with the Rust type system to basically build sort of a query DSL in Rust. So if we search for I believe the filter DSL, you're basically able to sort of compose these queries out of methods in Rust, and then that gets turned into SQL, which works very well. The downside is that it is a DSL. There are certain things that you can't express in Diesel that you can express in just raw SQL. The type errors you get are sometimes pretty nasty. And the biggest downside for us is that it is not async. That is something they are actively working on, I believe. But for the time being, it's not async. This is not a huge deal for us. We could take like every query and like wrap it in a async standard task spawn blocking. That would work. But I did a bit of testing early on, and I ran into some issues specifically with Diesel's connection objects not being sendable, or the connection pools or something. I don't quite remember. It says it is send, but it's not sync. I don't know. I built sort of a small prototype app, and then I tried using both SQLX and Diesel, and I remember running into some issues with Diesel. Anyways, but I'm actually super excited about SQLX, and that's why I want to try and use it. First of all, it is fully async, which is kind of nice. And what I really like is that they don't have a DSL for building SQL. They just allow you to write raw SQL. And they have these macros here that will basically take a string literal, and then at compile time, it'll verify that it is actually valid SQL and that the types match. So it'll, like in this case, it'll sort of generate a anonymous struct basically that has fields for each result in your query. And it does that by talking to Postgres or the database rather at compile time, which I think is just kind of a neat approach. This is possible with Rust's procedural macros, and I would just like to try that and to actually see how it works. In terms of how we're going to be, if we're going to have to like build SQL dynamically, I'm not sure if we're going to run into issues there. So we're gonna see that. The async problem is pretty hard in Diesel. Last I heard, I wouldn't hold my breath for async Diesel. No, me neither. I also I've never really sort of found an SQL query DSL type safe kind of version that didn't have horrible type errors. I've used the ORM in Ruby on Rails from the Ruby world, which I like quite a lot, but Ruby gets a lot of flexibility from the fact that it doesn't have any types. So you can build very sort of flexible APIs in that way. The type errors you get with Diesel is pretty nasty. Sometimes you just run into a wall where you're just like, you have 2 pages of compiler errors and you just have no idea what's going on. So my experience with SQLX has been better so far. So I think that's what our main, at least backend stack is going to be, Tide and SQLX and Async Standard as our async runtime. In terms of the front end, I haven't done a whole lot of research into this yet. I've heard of 2 frameworks. The first one's called U. The other one is called, I honestly don't remember at this point. It's called something with S. I don't remember. But U seems to be the most popular and the most maintained. I don't think we're going to get to any WebAssembly stuff today. We're going to focus on getting the backend running and all that. But for now, I imagine that we'll be using U. Small and fast async runtime. No, I did not. I'm going to have to look into that. What's the difference between this and like Tokyo or Async Standard? This runtime extends the standard library with async combinators and is only lines of code long. Interesting. I've used Async Standard for most of my async stuff, and I've been very happy with it. So I think this is sort of going to be our main stack. Anybody in the chat who's played around with WebAssembly? Do you have any experience with U, or do you think there's some other framework that would be easy to work with, or what do you think? Otherwise, did we have any idea for names? The best name that I've been able to come up with is like not Twitter, but like that's not a great name. I just did tutorials, no frameworks. Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. Let's see. We do need a name. Let's call it U for fully fledged checkout. Typed HTML for basic HTML output. That's interesting. Typed HTML. Does this work on stable? Seems like it. What was that? What was the name of the other like HTML templating crate? Mode? I think so. But this is nightly only, right? At least it was at the time that I last looked. But yeah, I think this is really neat, being able to basically embed HTML in Rust through macros. I think it's very nice because it basically allows you to stay in Rust the whole time, which is great. That's the same reason that like JSX from the JavaScript world is nice. I've used type HTML, it works pretty well. Yeah. We might, I think U does have their own thing. We could do server rendered HTML, but like then what's the point of WebAssembly? I guess you could mix server rendered HTML with like WebAssembly, but I've personally never built like a modern client-side app or whatever you call it, like a single page app and then just a JSON API for the backend. So that's what we're gonna try to do. And I've purposely not prepared a whole lot. The idea is that we're sort of gonna struggle our way through it ourselves and see where we get. I like Witter, let's do that. Witter, let's just say, let's make one folder. Witter. cargo new. It's going to be a binary. Have to get used to typing that. Backend. Wait. What did I just do? So frameworks compared here. What I did, I looked at the, what's it called, the Tech Empower benchmark. I don't know how to get to it now. Tech Empower web benchmarks. You can, if you go to filter, I basically filtered out like everything except for the Rust frameworks. And then I looked at these. Most of them seem to not be maintained anymore. There were some in here that I had never heard about, like Thruster and Rui and Sapphire and Gotham I have heard about, but it doesn't seem to be active anymore. At least I'm not sure. So there's a really nice crate called, I believe it's called cargo add dependencies to cargo toml. Yeah, so this is nice. So instead of having to go to crates.io to find the right version and having to copy that into your toml file like that, you can just say like cargo add async std, and then you get it there. So that's really nice. So we're gonna have tide and SQLX. We're also gonna want .env, and what's it called, env logger, or what's the new one that people use, pretty env logger, visually pretty logger. Let's go with that one. Anything else that we need? We're gonna need like timestamps and stuff like that. We should probably use Chrono. So Chrono is a crate for dealing with times and time zones and all of that stuff. And SQLX has integrations for Chrono. Probably want the logging crate as well to log. I think this is it for now. And another crate that I discovered recently is called what features. This basically shows you the feature flags that a crate has, and then what sort of additional dependencies that adds. So specifically for SQLX, we want, what is it, runtime, basic standard, macros, Chrono, JSON. Oh yeah, we need Serde as well. SQLite, Postgres. We are going to be using Postgres. UUID, we need that dependency as well. I think that's it. What did I say? Serde JSON, and UUID. Serde. We're going to get the derive feature. And UUID, what features does it have? Oops. I guess that's fine. Async standard, I believe that has like definitely want the attributes, so we can get an async main, docs. I do think we want unstable as well. Not sure. I think this is good for now. Does Tide have any? Nope. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's build. So one other thing that I do like to keep running is I believe it's called Cargo Doc Server. So this is a fork of Cargo Doc Server, which is basically for running. I found it super helpful to run Cargo Doc on your like current crate, the crate you're building, to basically get a look of all the sort of docs and of all the packages that you have available. And then Cargo Doc Server is just sort of a small wrapper around that just gives you a static web server that you can go to. So you don't have to do Cargo Doc open all the time. And then I just made a small fork of that allows you to hit enter, and then it'll recompile the docs and other small niceties like that. So that is Cargo Doc Server, like that, and then it'll compile all the docs. Let's get an async main going. Just see that everything works. Let's make the database. We're going to be using Postgres just because that's what I'm most familiar with. And so you can create a new Postgres database with CreateDB. Let's call it Witter. And it works great. So I usually like to keep like database URL and miscellaneous other configuration in an environment file. So if you create a file called .env, you can put that in there. That's sort of a convention, basically. Localhost, Witter. Did we add the .env crate? I don't think we did. We did. So the docs are here. All right, so with the .env crate, you can basically load up this environment file that we made and expose each of these lines as environment variables, which is nice. And I believe the way you do that is just with the .env function, which is called like this. And then we should be able to say env var. I'm just kind of making sure that everything is wired up. And it seems like it is. All right, so I guess the very first thing is to get the web server running. So let's say Tide. Hopefully they have an example in their docs. Like this. And do we need to return a result from main? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm thinking if we want to use our own error type or if we should use, so the one issue that I ran into, you could use something like anyhow, which is basically a sort of catch-all error type, given that this is not a library that we will have other people integrate with. I think it would be fine to use something like anyhow, where we basically take all errors and kind of put them into one. If there's special errors that we want to handle specifically, then we could have like an enum and implement standard error for each of those cases. But for most errors that happen in a web app, my experience is that you don't actually want to catch them. You just want to forward them to like some error tracking service like New Relic or Rollbar or whatever. And anyhow is totally fine for that. The one caveat with anyhow is that it doesn't implement their error type, doesn't actually implement the standard error trait. I'm not exactly sure why they don't. I'm sure there's a good reason to. I believe it is because of one of these impulse that would conflict somehow. But I experienced that got into some issues with Tide, because their endpoint trait requires you to return a result with this, which is either some response thing or an HTTP error. And they support creating an HTTP error from anything that implements standard error, but anyhow does not implement standard error. So we would have to do some manual error conversion, stuff like that. So I don't think we're going to use anyhow. If anybody's in the chat know of sort of a way around that, that would be great. Hey, why Rust? I like Rust. I think it's a cool language. It's also unique in the way that we're able to use it on both the backend and the front end, specifically on the front end through WebAssembly, which is neat that you're able to use the same language throughout the whole stack. And I also think that getting like the way that most people would sort of be able to bring Rust into their work, if their work is being a web developer. If you imagine like you have sort of a services set up, maybe you could try to convince your boss to let you implement like a small service in Rust. That's at least what I've been trying to push for at my job. So I'm not sure how we're going to do the error handling. Let's use this error for now and just kind of see how it goes if it becomes a huge pain in the ass. So let's make our own error type. So we talked about this error last time on the stream. It's basically a really convenient way to basically use macros to create an error type. There's quite a bit of boilerplate. Otherwise, with building an error type, you have to implement display to turn it into a string. You have to implement from conversions for each of your like sort of lower level errors. So we would have to implement like from for our own error type. And if we had like 6 variants in here, we would have to implement from for each of those, which is basically just boilerplate code. And what that does is allow us to use the question mark operator to bubble errors up like we're doing up here. So what this error basically does is give us a procedural macro that lets us generate that code at compile time, which is really nice. So you're able to say error transparent. So this will basically make, when you show this error, if it happens to be a DB error, then it'll just show the error message for the inner error instead. So this is basically transparent, if you will. So let's say this returns error. And we have to support IO error as well. Are you using it for the front end too? Yes, that is the plan. For now, I think we're going to go with a framework called U, which compiles to WebAssembly. Does it affect performance? I'm not sure. What I hear people say is that WebAssembly is about as fast as JavaScript, sometimes a bit slower, sometimes a bit faster. JavaScript is quite optimized in modern browsers. We're mostly doing it because it's fun and cool. And it's not something that I've tried, and there's a lot of hype around it, so I would like to see what it's like. I was looking at Actix. Yeah, Actix is a totally fine framework. I happen to be more interested in Tide, so we're gonna go with that. WASM itself is significantly faster. The interface between JS and WASM is slow. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, we're not going to be doing any terribly like performance intensive stuff. I don't know if rendering DOM elements would count as performance intensive. We're mostly doing it because it's fun and cool. If I were to actually build like a real application that would like make money and stuff like that, I'm not sure. I would probably go with React just because it's a more mature ecosystem. But this is a toy project, so we can do whatever we want. It seems to be working now. Let's try to run it and see if it actually works. There we go, localhost. What port is it? Hey, it's actually working. The logger is not set up though, otherwise we'd be seeing stuff here. Which logger did we use? We used pretty end logger. How do you set that up? I don't know, go to the docs. This is why I like having basically the docs for all our crates in one easy to find place. I wish you could get the standard library in here as well. For some reason you can't. So usually I have two tabs open, one for the documentation for our library, rather all our libraries, and then the standard library itself. Set up this one. Nothing. It's because we probably need to set this guy. Yeah, there we go. All right, so things are actually working. Nice. Next up, I guess, would be the database. So they have, they support multiple multiple databases, both Postgres, MySQL, and SQLite. So we're using Postgres. So they have a type called PG pool. You need a separate tab for it. Yeah, for the standard library. Usually I go to std.rs, and that's where the standard library documentation is. It would be convenient if it was all in one tab though. Someone should build that. So we make a new pool. First of all, use this guy. Get the URL. That was the snippet that we had before. Pool new. Await. The reason that we need to await it is because it's an async function, and it returns an error, so we need to unwrap it, and then we get a pool of type C. It's probably going to complain. Yeah, we need to add this case down here, I suppose, I mean, we could unwrap here as well. It doesn't really matter whether you unwrap or return the error immediately from main. It's going to be bubbled up and an error regardless. If I could type like that, this needs to be borrowed. By the way, you can use React with it. One of my planned things is to have a code share between API and gateway JS and just use Rust WASM code for the objects and React rendering. I guess it's been like 5, 6, 7 years since I've done any JavaScript, so I honestly have never done React. And I don't do front-end development day by day. So I would like to learn it someday, though. I think it's cool. It's complaining that it can't infer the type of C. Whenever you see this error in the docs and you're like, what is C? I have no idea. You always have to go to the docs, and then C will be this guy here. So if they had named this type variable like T or database type, then that's what determines the name of the type that's shown in here. So in this case, it's saying it doesn't know what kind of pool it wants, which is fair. We can just say we would like a PG pool. And we have to import it. And there we go. So now we should be able to run queries. Let's say, so their macro was called query. And this is the one that will actually validate your SQL at compile time. Will it hurt compile time? Probably, if you have a lot of queries. They do have a way for you to query just with a bare string, but then you won't get, like, if you use the macro, it'll automatically create like an anonymous struct that has the fields for each thing that you're selecting. Select one as one. Rows. We're basically now just verifying that things actually work. We haven't created any tables or anything like that yet. Fetch one. And then fetch one is a bit, if you look at the type signature, it's a bit funky. So it takes basically anything that can execute queries. Typically they have 3 things that can execute queries. They have database pools, like raw connections themselves, and they have connections with a transaction active. So those are 3 different types that you have in SQLX. And basically, if you use the connection before it runs the query, it'll try to grab a connection from the pool, and it does that like asynchronously. So if there is no connection available, it will await and then yield, and the future will come back later. So in this case, we just pass in the connection pool. It's a bit different. Sometimes you pass in a mutable reference, sometimes not. I'm not quite sure. Let's see, mute db pool await. That means the query is not in scope. See, you get this, like that doesn't work. Does it need to be mutable? No. Copy is not implemented. All right, like I thought that this was it because that's what it was in the docs right here. I don't know if they have an example where they specifically use the database pool, but sometimes if you get like this kind of type error, like this thing is not implemented for this thing, just try without, and sometimes it works. This one doesn't need to be mutable anymore. Let's just print out the rows, run, and we should now see before the server starts, we should see, there we go. So there's a record that is successfully talking to the database. All right, So now we need to basically give this connection pool to Tide, basically, and sort of make it accessible to all our handlers. And the way that you do that, I believe, is with request state that you set how. No. So this server thing, when you make an app, this is a server. We could like say, hey, this type is unit, and then Rust will complain and tell us what the type actually is. So it's a Tide server. Like that. And it's complaining that it's missing one type argument. So there needs to be something here. So Tide has this concept of server state, basically, which is any sort of state that all your handlers need access to. This could be a struct that has your database connection pool. Maybe it has a connection to Redis, a connection to background jobs, maybe some other HTTP client connections, whatever, basically any shared stuff that you need across all your handlers. And this state needs to be sent against static. Send means that you need to be able to send it across threads. So you need to be able to send your state from one thread to another. This kind of makes sense, right? Because we are running a multi-threaded web server. So we couldn't send the state back and forth between the threads. That would be kind of a bummer. It needs to be sync, which basically means that you need to be able to have sort of, how do you say that? It needs to be synchronized across threads. So it needs to be able to, when there's multiple people that are sort of accessing the state at the same time, possibly mutating it, then it needs to handle that, and that you don't get raised conditions and stuff like that. So if you want mutation within your state, you would need to use something like a mutex, for example, to wrap it in. And the tick static just means that it can't have any references inside it. So like your state cannot be, if we say like struct state, it cannot have a reference inside it, like this. I don't know, that's some URL, that's just a string. Like that. So this wouldn't work. This guide does not implement static. It only implements tick A. And you can sort of think that that does make sense, right? Because this URL is borrowed from somewhere, which would probably be created in main. And that would be like dropped immediately after booting the web server, right? But the server kind of runs forever. Like we don't really know when that ends. So that's that. And by the way, chat, if there's any questions at any point, just let me know. I think the only thing we really need in our state so far is the connection pool. So we could obviously make the connection pool our state, but just to make things a bit more maintainable, I think we should have an actual state struct just with one field. Say db pool is a bg pool. And then our server has to have the state. And then you can create it by calling with state instead of new. So you can see a new state returns a server where the state is always a unit. So that's basically a server that doesn't have any state. So you say server with state. Like that. And then how are the handlers able to access the state? So you call .get, and it gets like some type in here. That's probably a request kind of thing. Takes mutable self, that's the server, and something that implement endpoints for a state. So in this case, we're passing in an async closure, and that's probably this impl that we're using. So it implements endpoint for a state where for some type f, where f is a function that takes a request with the state and returns a future, which is what we're doing here. So this async move basically means that it is a async move is basically how you can create a future in Rust. So you can say async just returns 1. So this is now, if we ask Rust what type it has, you can see it is something that implements future. So it's sort of an opaque type. We can't actually see what it is, but we know that it implements future. And in this case, we also know that it returns 1. So if we say f.await, that would now be a number of some kind. We just have to remove this type error up here. So this is an integer of some kind. So async move. This is the request with the state. How do I get the state out of the request? Local state. Type annotations needed. Whoa. So I'm not quite sure why you need type annotations here. But you didn't need them before? And it's not because it needs this, it needs to know what type state is, because if you just say underscore, which just means inferred, then it works just fine. Anyways, but if you ever run into an error like this, where basically can't infer the type of your argument, it's a pretty easy fix. You just need to add the type like that. And in this case, if you do this sort of syntax with the bracket and the underscore, that means that it's a request with one generic argument, and you're basically telling the compiler to infer it. You often see that if you have like some iterator, you call collect, you can say collect into a vector of numbers, for example. But if it's obvious, like from the type information, that the iterator contained numbers or i32s, then you can just say underscore, and then the compiler will basically infer that, which is kind of nice. So now we have the state. That means we should be able to get the database pool. So now it needs it there. Right. All right. So I guess we do actually need the concrete type here. And so the issue here is, so by default, if you just have like some struct and you say dot and then a field, the default is that it'll move the value out of the struct, which is not what we want, and actually what we can't do, because you can see state returns a reference, and the anonymous lifetime here is tied to self because there's no other lifetime in scope basically. So it returns a state that lives for as long as self does. So since we have a borrowed state, we can't get an owned database pool because you cannot move values out of a borrow. Basically, you can only move values out of an owned value. So the compiler actually tells us exactly what to do. We just need to put an ampersand in front here. So if we do that, it works. So what type does this have now? So this is a reference to a connection pool of Postgres connections. So let's try to make the query that we did before, just to kind of see how that works. Fetch 1. Wait. Right. So it says that some executor trait is not implemented for reference to a pool. So remember that our variable up here is already a reference to a PG pool. So here we're basically taking a reference to a reference, which apparently you can't do. So if you just remove that first one, the first ampersand, then you get basically what we had before, if you remember from earlier, where we had to do this, like one borrow, right? This is basically the same, because here we've already borrowed like one level in. So if we were to do it again down here, now we're 2 borrows deep, if that makes sense. So this returns a result. Can we use question mark here? Yes, we can. I'm curious though, what kind of error does it return? Oh yeah, that was, so it get takes an endpoint. Get takes an endpoint, and endpoints return a, this you'll see quite often. Currently you can't have async functions in traits. So this is kind of a poor man's way around that. So this basically is some value that implements future. You don't need to worry about what the pin box means. It's just a future where the output is a result, and the result is a type alias where the success value defaults to a response, and the error type is an HTTP error, and HTTP errors can be created from standard errors. So that's how that works. So this question mark down here will implicitly call this conversion. I wonder what it actually does. It uses anyhow under the hood. That's interesting. And it uses a internal server error. That might not be the error that we want. Let's leave it for now, and let's just kind of see what it looks like in the logs. Let's print it out. It's kind of funny that Tide uses anyhow on the inside, but we weren't able to use anyhow from the outside. So it is working. We are successfully getting the row out and printing it right here. I wonder what if we make an error. So fetch 1 will, I believe, error if there is no result. It's very unfortunate that they don't have any docs for it. Well, but it basically assumes that your query returns at least one result. So a way that we can make it return no results is we can say where 1 equals 2. So that's always false, and this query won't return any results. So we should get an error here. And I'm just curious, what will that actually look like in the logs? So there's nothing that comes out. What does it respond with? Response is 500, that makes sense. And it just logs an error. And it does include the endpoint, which I guess is nice. I guess we could like work around and like add a middleware that would catch all exceptions as well, and like add a stack trace and stuff like that. I'm not quite sure that that is necessary for the time being. I think this is fine. The question now I'm wondering is, do we need our own custom error down here? I guess we still do, right? Or do we? I'm thinking if like we're probably going to end up with some set of functions that actually process the requests and not like we might have some like domain function that like create a tweet and update someone's timeline and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if it makes sense for those to return HTTP errors. I'm not sure. I guess it would be fine. I think actually we're gonna nuke this guy. That means that we're gonna remove this and this. So we can't no longer use question mark inside main because it doesn't return a result anymore. We can just unwrap. Fix our syntax. Like that, still works. Normally you don't want to unwrap your errors. This is mainly for libraries, because if you imagine that you have some consumer of your library and your library panics, it's basically up to your consumer now to catch that panic and deal with it somehow, which is very very annoying. But for an application like this, I think unwrapping is fine, especially in main. Like if the database, if we can't connect to the database, we're kind of screwed. We can't really do anything at that point. So we would want some hot error of some kind here. So this is fine. How do we return JSON? Let's just comment this out for now. Can you just go okay JSON? Nope. So it says that you cannot convert a JSON value into a response. Is there some conversion function built in for doing that? Warp. Why do we depend on warp? That's weird. Why is warp here? It's not there. Hey Jefferson, what's up? We're building a web app in Rust, and we're just getting started, wrapping our head around the web framework. I'm really curious why warp is here. So there is an environment variable that you can set called cargo target dir. That's basically where cargo will put like temporary build artifacts. And I have mine, normally if it's unset, it'll put a target directory in your crate folder. But if you set it to some like central location on your computer, that means that all crates that you build on your computer will share the same artifacts. And that will make compiles faster, because you basically only need to compile one dependency once, like the specific version of that dependency once, and then other crates that you have on your machine that you're working on will share that same sort of build artifact, which will make builds faster. I believe that might be why we're seeing it here, warp. Because if we look in like our cargo in our log file, which lists all our dependencies, warp is not listed anywhere here. So I'm not sure why warp is there. That's kind of odd. Are you self-taught to program in Rust? I guess, like, I didn't go to school in Rust. I've been programming for a lot of years, but there's if you want to learn Rust, the official sort of recommended way to do that is to read the Rust programming language book, which is basically the official online book for how to learn Rust. And it is very, very good. It's very good. So I've been doing Rust for like 2-3 years, something like that. And I started reading this book, and then I've just been writing code and watching videos and reading and learning about it. So that's how I recommend people get started. Anyways, what were we doing? Oh yes, JSON. I'm wondering if there is some tied response body JSON. Body JSON. Encode a struct as a form and set it as the response body. Why does it not? Their docs are out of date. All right. So I was wondering why, like, normally you would not use this content type header for JSON, right? You would use application, what is like application JSON, application/JSON, I believe. No, I'm missing it. Sorry, my bad. So this line references this function up here, which does make sense. Whereas this guy says it's application JSON. So that does make sense. All right, because I was looking at like the code and I saw that it is actually setting the JSON MIME type. But I guess the docs are right. It looks odd when you just see it though. Yeah. How do you make a response? Redirect temporary, new from a status code. It doesn't implement default. Append header, body JSON, takes a self. I guess that's the way you do it. Response, new, what's the status code? Does it take a reference? So it's complaining that our function returns a result with a response or a JSON error. It's probably because set body JSON can fail. This result is an error. Yeah. So the result here is not a response HTTP result or HTTP error. It's a Saturday error, so we need to convert that. The easiest way to do that is probably add the question mark here. That works. You could also do like map error from like that. No. What was the type of their HTTP error? I have so many error types. Type HTTP error. Oh well, I guess not. We'll just go with question mark. The reason that you can't do this is because you would have to do something like this and then actually set the status code and stuff like that here. But it already defines a conversion, which I guess is what question mark is using. actually curious, why can't we do that? We're basically just desugaring the question mark to see what happens. As far as I'm aware, question mark returns this, right? Unit. That works. Isn't that the same though? Isn't that the same as that? Ah, I see why. I see why. We had it wrapped in an OK before. That doesn't work. Because now we're basically returning a result thing, which is definitely not what we want. Right. So everything still works. So we could either do that, or we could do this. And it's personal preference which one you prefer. I happen to like the one below because it's a bit less to type. Check out Dash for offline documentation, and it's fast. Yes, I have used Dash in the past. I don't think I have it installed anymore. Rust actually has built-in documentation just as part of the language, so you don't really need that. But previously, when I did like JavaScript and Ruby development, I did actually use Dash locally. And you can even configure it to, like, if you whack like some key combo in Vim, it'll automatically open the documentation in Dash, which is kind of nice. But for Rust, I don't quite think it's necessary. All right, let's run the server, see if it works. There we go. We did get our stuff back. Didn't set the correct response. It did. Application JSON. All right. Is there anything else that we would want to set up? We do have to look at user authentication and authorization, which is going to be fun. We also have to actually think about what database tables we want. The one thing I do think we should set up first, though, is actually testing, because I am going to want to write tests for this. And Tide should have pretty good support for writing tests. Warp test. No, the standard library does not contain a regex implementation. There is, however, the regex crate, which is like, it has a lot of downloads. This is the one you want to use, and it is a really, really good regex implementation. It's probably among the fastest. It's really great, but it's not in the standard library. The Rust language approach to the standard library is to keep it very sort of lean. It's a huge thing why they are doing that. But basically only sort of very core things are in standard library, and most other things are in crates, which has its upsides and downsides, right? But for regexes, this is the crate you want to use. Tide test. Sample middleware state handle main. I need to parse Apache log files. Yeah, Registry should be perfect for that. There are also like parser combinators and stuff like that if you want to do more advanced parsing, like programming languages and those kinds of things. How do you write tests in Tide? Route. Interesting. Do they have examples of how to write a test? Examples. No, they don't. Has anybody in chat used Tide before and knows how to get started writing tests for it? Routing and extraction, middleware, evolving approach, channels. Backup examples. Tests. I guess this is how. Async test. Response. Why are these commented out? Comment out tests. Oh. Who knows? Test utils. Find port. Interesting. All right, let's just try to copy one of these that we saw from before. I was wondering, like, why aren't these async tests? And that's just because they just block directly on the future. I believe this is a method in or function in async standard. Offer response, make request. What is make request? Make server. I wonder how many dependencies they have. Wondering how long time it would take to build. All right, let's try this. Let's copy down the source. And just step into it and look at it. It's Rust code. We can read it. Oh, my thing got weird. Let's just build it. While it builds in the background, the reason that I'm just going to pull it down and build it locally is so we can use RLS to go jump to definition and stuff like that. So the nested one does actually seem to have, that is actually using an async test, which is what I imagine that we'd be using. Let's try to copy this over. Let's just make the test inline for now. Pull in a bunch of imports. Oh. HTTP service mock make server. So this is in nested. So up here is my CPU usage. So it is currently working very hard. It's probably RLS. Yeah. Oh, Rust Analyzer. Odd question. How to manage time invested in learning / working on personal stuff, etc. and personal life. I'm stuck on a bug. I can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, I have so many times gone to bed thinking about a bug. I've also solved several like hard bugs just on my way home from work, just like my walk home. In terms of like juggling free time and work to work on stuff, it's hard. I mean, my best advice to you would be to do what you want to do the most, and like don't code all the time, but sometimes you do also need to take time outside of work to actually learn new skills, right? It's tough. Well, the one advantage that I have is that I don't have like children. Several of my colleagues do, and that takes up a lot of time. Yes, Rust and Vim, of course. I've used Vim for like, I don't know, going on 10 years, I think. I can't imagine using any other editor. So make server thing is in HTTP service mock. What the hell is that? HTTP service mock. Test backend wrap. Is this a crate? It is a crate. Create HTTP service mock test response against your app. And a comprehensive graph too. Yeah. I guess the best thing you could do is like find a place to work that allows you to have like hack days or hack weeks from time to time where you can sort of work on whatever project you want. But you're right. If you like work a regular job, it can be tough to find time to learn new stuff on the outside or outside of work. Definitely. I'm honestly not sure how to test this. Test backend server. Server simulate. Does all their tests use this? Test utils wildcard. Yeah, these are all commented out. Query string. Make server. Rust tied testing. This issues from 2018. How to test a tied application. Ideally, we can build on best practice in the Rust ecosystem. Called with that. Can you make requests and like just send them directly to the server? No, that's a request. Header method. Param query URI. Implements HTTP service. What's that? Connect, respond. App level testing is tracked here. Side app. Async function for request response with HTTP service. Extract server as into separate crate. That was the guy here. Seems familiar. I found this, by the way. Yeah, I think that's what I found here. Does that have examples of how to actually test it? Application web tests. What crates do they have? They have the same thing, HTTP service mock. They init the DB and run tests against it. Look at the README. Running tests. I'm mostly wondering, like, how do they send requests to their to the web thing? Web articles. Test app new. Article server get articles. Run tests. Yeah. So this is sort of what I would expect, calling cargo test. But I'm like, what does the Rust code look like that you actually write to run your tests? Helpers generate extract server as into separate crate. I think we're gonna have to use this crate. Who is this guy? Rust Async. It seems to be a legit thing. It was updated somewhat recently. Depends on futures. Let's look at their docs. Test backend make server. Gives you a test backend. I can simulate a request. That is HTTP types. I believe that's what Tide uses internally as well. HTTP types. Yeah, that's one of the creators of Tide, I believe. Yeah. All right, I think we should try to use this one and just see how it works for us. And we're gonna want to update our docs as well. Whoa, now everything failed. Ah, that's because we still have this guy in here. All right, there we go. Recompile the docs. So let's just keep that there for reference and then try to work it out ourselves how to actually do it. That's always more fun. Async standard test. So you call make server with a service, HTTP service. What the hell is this? It's not showing. HTTP service? No. All right, I guess we're gonna have to look at how this worked. What was make server? Make server look like that. Let's steal it. We need some imports. Unresolved import HTTP service. HTTP service mock. HTTP service. All right. Is the webcam stuck? Oh yeah, it is. There we go. Hopefully the code is not stuck. No, it doesn't seem like it. All right, what's it saying? Try future. So try future comes from the futures crate. So let's add that. And we have to import it. Actually, let's just steal these imports. We're missing test backend. Test backend is a struct with a service. What's the connection? Who knows? Maybe we should have gone with warp. Maybe that would have made testing easier. No function wrap on test backend. So things are compiling. What do we actually pass to make server? Pass outer. Outer is a tied app. Nest the inner app on /foo. Why? They don't have any state here either. That was the test that we copied over before, right? Yeah. Oh, I guess the reason that they nested is because they're specifically testing that you can nest services, if you will. So let's not bother with that. So we need to actually pass our own tied app to this make server thing. So let's pull that into a function that just does that. Comment this out for now. Let's call it fn server. Returns a server state. Like that. And it needs to be async. Import method. URL is not there. Often Rust is able to guess which URL type you actually mean. There's no method in the root either. Where do they get them from here? They come from HTTP types, which is not a dependency that we have either. Odd that you have to add so many dependencies just to be able to write tests. Request is imported twice. It's unfortunate. Oh, that works. So what does it actually do? It makes the URL to example.com. Server simulate request. I wonder if the domain actually matters. Ours was just add /. Let's try that. And the body string, like that. I have no clue if this is gonna work. Fuck, it didn't. Error value not present, 23. Because we need to set up the environment first. I suppose the logger as well. Let's just do that. All right, I mean, it worked. Funny that we see stuff in the logs. Normally that is captured by cargo, right? Let's just see that it can actually fail. All right, it does seem to be working. So I would like to try to wrap my head around what these crates actually are, so we're not just bringing in dependencies blindly. I do know that HTTP types is sort of a library for common HTTP stuff, like request, URLs, HTTP method, headers, bodies, response, stuff like that. To sort of be, I think the idea is to make it like a common denominator for doing HTTP stuff in Rust. So if you have one HTTP client and another HTTP client, supposedly they should be easier to make interop with each other because they both use the same underlying HTTP types. I think that's the idea of this. HTTP service, I don't know though. HTTP service. Types and trace help implement your own HTTP service. I think Tide might not be going to be using HTTP types going forward. I think it's Tide, it might be Warp. Yeah. I'm not sure. I do think Tide uses them. So if we look at Tide, yeah, HTTP service and HTTP types. Are you using anyhow crate for easy automatic error handling? I don't think I saw it in the ensemble. No, we spoke about this in the beginning of the stream. I would like to, but I'm not sure that we can. The reason is that our basically our endpoints in Tide, the web framework, requires that the error types that we return implement. So this is the error type that I want us to use. and is able to convert anything that implements the standard error trait is able to convert into a tied error. However, the anyhow error does actually not implement standard error. I believe there's a good reason why, but if you look down here, you can see it doesn't, I believe. Yeah, so it implements for this like box thing, but it doesn't have a generic. Well, it does there. Good question. I'll make a note to try it. I did try it while I was just playing around earlier this week, and I couldn't get it to work. Maybe it's changed, I don't know. Anyways, so yeah. So I guess HTTP types is like a generic interface for HTTP stuff, and then the HTTP service is basically the same thing, but for HTTP services, which I believe is similar to what Tower is, but I think Tower is more general than just HTTP, but like any kind of communication, service-ish communication, right? Yeah, so I guess the crates are sort of all part of the same family, if you will, so the same building blocks. All right, so stuff is actually working. Let's try out anyhow. I'm curious now. So if we're able to say, we should be able to say something like this, right? Yeah, this is the error that I ran into. The trait std error is not implemented for now. Right. Yeah, I confused myself before. So you're able to convert a standard error into an anyhow error, but the standard error trait itself is not implemented for anyhow error. So that's why we can't use it as a as the return value for our endpoints. I'm pretty sure there is an issue on it. The guy who made it, David Tolnay, is a really smart guy, so I trust that he has a good reason. Why doesn't implement standard error? Yeah, I mean, you can read this issue if you want. For now, it's not a huge deal, because all the other error types that we deal with in the case of serialization errors or database errors, those do implement standard error. That might change. I'm not quite sure yet. All right. I do have one other crate that I want to bring in. So given that, whoa, so many tabs, let's just close all these. Given that we're going to be working with building a JSON API, I actually have a crate that I've built myself, assert JSON diff, I believe. So normally, if you're just comparing, you can imagine that we return like some huge JSON response that has several objects with several keys, and like there's lots of nesting going on. You totally can compare those just using the default assert EQ macro that comes with Rust. But I built this thing that will basically diff two JSON values and give you like super readable output that tells you exactly how they differ. So the experience of using that is a bit easier, because if you just use the default macro, it'll just say, hey, these two JSON values are not the same, and you have to figure out where they actually differ. So this is just sort of a small layer on top of that. Let's bring that in. And then we want to actually get the body out as JSON. You're able to say body JSON. No, that's just set it. Code a struct. HTTP types response. Take body, set body. We were able to call body string, right? Yeah. Do they have any other? Nope. They don't have like a body decode or something. Place body, send trailers. Send trailers, what the hell is that? All right. Take body. From reader into reader. Oh well. So what we would do, await, unwrap. Import that. In Rust Analyzer, you are able to auto add imports, but for some reason it doesn't work with the LSP library that I use in Vim. I should really file an issue on this. I have no idea what's going on. So for now, we have to add imports ourselves. And then the assert JSON diff library gives you a couple of macros. So it gives you assert JSON include, which takes the actual JSON, so in our case, the response, and then the expected value, which would be like the response we would actually expect. And then it expects that everything that like the expected response is included in the actual response, basically. So what that means is that you're able to have additional fields in the actual response that you don't list in the expected response. This is so that if you have like a JSON object with like 10 different fields, but you only care about one of them, then you don't have to specify all of them in the expect. You can only sort of specify just the ones that you actually care about, which is kind of nice. But like it doesn't work the other way around. So if like a key is missing from the expected, then that'll obviously be an error. Whereas it has one also called assert JSON EQ, which is asserts that they are exactly the same, but it still gives you the nice sort of diff looking error messages. So if you do web development with a lot of JSON and you're writing tests, which I hope you are, then I recommend you check out this crate, even though I did make it myself. Let's bring that in just to make sure that it works. So the actual is this guy. And then the expected is 1, 2, 3. And we just need to import it, which Rust doesn't do by default anymore. Assert JSON include. Yeah, and that went by pretty fast, but the test did actually pass. Let's make it fail. All right, so this is an example of what the error message looks like. So it expected that whatever is at index 2 expected 4, but actually got 3, which makes sense. All right. I'm thinking we're going to want to pull some of this stuff into a separate test library. So let's make a mod tests. So this attribute basically means that this module will only be included if we compile our crate for test mode. So when we compile it in release mode to actually run it on the internet, it won't include all the testing code. source tests mod rs. And let's bring all this stuff in there. Cannot find server. I prefer to not use glob imports because just like reading through the file, I find that it can be difficult sometimes to figure out where stuff actually comes from. So we're just sort of making all the imports explicit here. There we go. So this is actually working now. I usually, for these kinds of setups, I have a separate module called something like test helpers. Test helpers, where you can put in like test helper code, basically. Test helpers rs. And I'm thinking it makes sense to put this stuff in there. If I could use Vim correctly, that would be nice. We probably need all these imports. Yeah, so like no rule without exceptions, right? So I just said that I'm not a huge fan of glob imports. I do think that things like preludes and specifically this test helper module, I think glob importing that is fine, because we're probably going to have a lot of test files, so we have to constantly import all these things that we need. It's going to be annoying. It's not a huge deal because typically we are running Rust Analyzer and we're able to use jump to definition. So it's mostly an issue if we're like reading the code on GitHub outside of our normal environment. So I think this is good. It's so weird that we need to provide example.com. Can we do without that? Nope. Relative URL without base. Yeah, I guess that's fine. If there's no way around it. What I do want though, since like pulling the response out of since parsing the JSON response body, since parsing the response body as JSON, there we go, is something that we're going to do in basically all tests. I would like to add a small extension function basically to the request or to the response that lets us say like something like this, right? JSON is a value, res body JSON, like that. But this method is currently not there, but we can add it. We could also make a function. We could make it like that. Would you suggest to learn Rust to do a data scientist plus Python hobbyist? Or is Rust overkill? It intrigues me. I have a need for a specific project to go as low level as Rust. I'm not sure. I do web development by day. I don't have a whole lot of experience with data science, almost none. My feeling is that mostly when you're doing data science, you're using quite like you're sort of offloading most of the work to like libraries, right? So I don't quite know if that ecosystem is there in Rust. So you might, like, I don't think that there is like a NumPy or a pandas for Rust. I might be wrong, I'm not sure. I think that over time, as the sort of machine learning data science space evolves in Rust, I think what Rust would be a great fit for data science, but I don't know if it is today. I still recommend you check out Rust and just build like small toy projects in it. It's a fun language to learn, but specifically for data science, I'm not sure. All right, so if you want to be able to call response body on JSON, but it doesn't exist, we can add it. We can just make a trait for it. So we need to implement it for this guy. So basically what we want is we want a trait called body JSON. Doesn't really matter. And we need an async function, which is kind of unfortunate. Fn body JSON. The signature is going to be similar to the body string. Which I believe is this one. So we're going to have to go back to asyncs very soon. What is the result type? It's an IO error. So what I'm thinking is that we want something that can decode into any T where T implements deserialize, where deserialize is Saturday. Deserialize owned. That in here. Right. That means that we might get a deserialization error. I think this type will work. All right. So this function basically means, so for those who haven't worked a whole lot with Saturday, so Saturday is the default, basically, serialization and deserialization library that we use. Can you go to create definitions through Vim? Yes, I use Rust Analyzer, which is a language server protocol server implementation for Rust. And then I use Vim LSP to basically talk to Rust Analyzer. And it can go to definition, it can like look up types and do all that kind of cool stuff. I'm very happy with Rust Analyzer. There's a link down below in the Twitch description info box kind of thing to my configuration files, and you can find my Vim config there. So to deserialize stuff in Saturday, there's two main sort of traits that you deal with as a user. There's deserialize and there's deserialize owned. So deserialize basically allows you to deserialize data without copying anything. So this means that the lifetime here is sort of the lifetime of the data that you're parsing, I believe. So you can imagine if you have like some JSON just as a string, and you want to convert that into like your own type, then you could have capital S strings. So you could have like data, and maybe it has like a key, and that's just some string. If Saturday were to deserialize that, it would have to copy the string out of the JSON, right? Whereas if you were to do that, then you could still keep the original data around and basically do the deserialization without any copying. But in our case, since we're in tests, we don't really care about copying and all this ownership stuff, so we can just use deserialize owned, which will basically do the deserialization, but also clone it so we get ownership of it. So that's why we need deserialize owned, and the type that we need to return is obviously a T. And you can imagine that this body JSON function is going to do pretty much this on the inside. So its signature needs to look like body string. Like if body string takes self by value, then body JSON needs to do the same thing, because body JSON has to call body string. And if we look at the signature again of body string, you can see that it returns a result where the result is an stdio result, and that's just a specialization of result with the IO error type. So that means that in case it can't actually read from the network socket or whatever to get the response. In our case, there's two errors that can actually go wrong. We can get this IO error from body string, or we can get a parsing error if we can't actually parse the response into whatever type T is, right? So we have to be able to basically return two errors. We could use something like anyhow, but since this is a test, we don't really care about the specific error type. If something goes wrong, we just want to panic. That's fine for tests. So in this case, we can just use like a dynamic error, basically. So this just says anything that implements the error trait is good to go. So I think we should be able to implement this now for response. But we're going to run into one issue, and that is the fact that body string is async. So you can imagine this is what we would like to write, right? Something like this. This needs to be a self. But we can only call await inside of async functions. So if we try to make this guy an async, the compiler is going to yell at us and say that here, async is not available. Functions and traits cannot be declared as async. And why exactly that is quite complicated. But for now, that's basically not a feature that Rust supports. Nico, one of the core developers of Rust, did write a blog post some months ago about why that is. The TLDR is that it's hard. So let's just dig up my .dot files. There we go. There is a trait called async trait that basically adds this feature. This is made by the same guy that makes anyhow and this era and Sturday and a whole bunch of other crates. And that basically, you put this annotation on your trait, and now you can basically magically use async on your traits. The way that works is, if we actually go back to the endpoint from earlier, it converts all your function to return something like this. So a pin box din future. So this basically means that it's a future that's allocated on the heap rather than allocated on the stack. So this is very similar to how we're using the din era thing. So it's basically anything that implements the future trait can be returned, and it allocates. So it is, I guess there is more performance overhead with that than a regular async function, but it's the best we can do so far. So I'm wondering if we are already depending on async trait. No. let's just write out the whole signature ourselves. That might also make it more like clear what async trait actually does. So you have to return a, let's just comment this out for now. You have to return a pin of a box of a din future where the output is this guy, right? So this is quite a crazy type that you're dealing with here. Like that. Just import a pin. If you're wondering sort of what pin is and what all this stuff actually means, John Genset, or John Hu on Twitter, has made a series of streams where he talks about how async actually works and how pinning actually works and all that stuff. I don't know a whole lot about it myself, so I'm not going to go into that today. My understanding goes as far as this is what you have to write to make an async trait today. So the way to actually make that work is you say box pin async move. And now we should be able to do this stuff inside. There we go. So this actually works. Now we sort of have async trait functions, right? So all that async trait basically does is convert all your async trait functions into something like this, and all the implementations into something like this. So I think if we look in the standard library, we should see box pin. Yeah, it's a shame they don't show an example of actually using it with a future, which is probably the most common way that you would be using this method. But anyway, so now we should be able to do this when we make this trait public. There we go. Is that also what the error message said? It is. Perhaps you need to implement it. We actually already do. We just need to make it public. All right, so our test should still work. And it should also be able to fail. Cool. What else do we need to look at? Let's remove some of these unused imports. HTTP service response. I'm wondering if we should make like some helper function to actually do at least this stuff, right? It's kind of annoying that we have to do all that each time. You could imagine that, I believe in Rocket, you have something like request build get URL / something send server, like that. That would be significantly easier to deal with, right? Are you Dutch? No, I'm Danish. Yeah, I think so. The reason that I'm spending so much on like test infrastructure is that we're gonna do a lot of it. And basically, I want to make testing easy such that we never get the feeling that we don't want to test something because testing is inconvenient. Our goal should be to make testing so convenient that it's basically a no-brainer that we want to do it. And also like things that we do a lot, stuff like parsing JSON and building requests. those should be very easy. So I believe that it is actually worthwhile to spend time making it easy. So let's do that. So currently simulate is defined on the test backend. Like these two lines are a bit weird. We have to do that, right? Let's just make an async function called setup. Server. What type is this? And basically, I want to make a function that just does this. I just need to know exactly what the return type is going to be. And you can't directly see it from the test backend because it's generic over one type. So I basically want to know like what is this type. So if we say it's unit, it's definitely not unit. So the Rust compiler is just going to complain and say it's actually this type. So then I can just copy it. Stick it here. We should be able to do this. Move these absolute paths. Server is not found. Cannot find state. There we go. Make it public. Wait. Should we call it test server? This is really nice that you can like rename variables with Rust Analyzer. Having worked in like Ruby for years, which doesn't have a compiler or a static type system or any knowledge of what's going to happen at runtime, basically, being able to inspect types and do save refactors and renames and stuff like that is really cool. Private type state and public interface, because that needs to be public, I guess. Like that is a bit nicer. Let's try to get this interface working. So on request, we want a build method that returns some sort of builder, right? This is a thing they already have. That wouldn't surprise me. Where is request defined? It's defined in HTTP types down here. Request. Is there a builder? Nope. Oh well. There's a cookie builder. All right, so I guess we do have to make our own. It's not too bad. Request. So we're going to do basically the exact same thing we did before, make a trait that has the method that we need, and then implement that for, in our case, for request rather than response. So we need a fn build, it just returns a request builder. implemented. There we go. Then I want to be able to call get. That'll basically set the HTTP method. What's it called? All right. So the idea is that we're basically going to have optional fields for each value that you can set on the request builder. So we should probably also have a method called post. Maybe also patch. Delete. I think these are all the ones that we're going to need. For completeness, let's just do put as well. I don't know if we're ever going to be using it. And then in the end, when we actually do send is just going to accept the server, and then it's going to just run this code and basically call unwrap on each of the fields and just panic if the field is missing. You wouldn't want that in a production library, of course, but for testing code, it's totally fine. So URL is going to be /. That means we need a URL. We can actually cheat and just say derive default. And just say the default one. That means that when we add more fields here, we don't need to update this definition up here. And default, for those of you who haven't seen it, is a pretty neat trait in the standard library that just sort of defines how to create things that have a reasonable default. So it just defines like one function that doesn't take any arguments and just returns self. So in our case, it just sets each of the values to none, which is exactly what we want. So that's convenient. We need a URL method. Takes a string. And it's just going to set it. Like that. And then we need a send that takes a server. And the server is one of these, the test backend, because it's what comes out of this function up here. Oops, it goes there. It's going to do this. I think leaving the unwrap here is fine. Otherwise, we would have to type unwrap here in every single one of our tests, which is kind of annoying. I guess if we want eventually to change that, we can always change it when we get there. What does it return? It returns a response. can't borrow server is mutable. And we probably want server to not be taken by value, but instead as a mutable reference. Otherwise, we can't like use the server twice, which we're definitely going to want to do in tests to actually make more than one request. That would be annoying if we could do that. Let's pull the URL out. And format in this actual URL that we got up here. Like that. I think like this, right? That gives us a response. Run the tests. Yeah, and we hard-coded a failure here. All right, it seems things are actually working. And we did see that they can fail, which is of course important, that our test can also fail. So this is nice. I think our testing setup is basically in place now. Method and URL we're not using. It's a bit annoying that we're getting these like unused code warnings down here, so we're just gonna allow those. Allow dead code. Should make them go away. Anything else that we want in our builder? Probably a body, right? Let's deal with actually we're gonna like post request and patch and put. We're gonna want request bodies, which are probably gonna be like query, like forms or JSON or something like that. I'm not quite sure how that is going to work, if it's going to be form data or JSON. Let's just deal with that when we actually have to make our first request to create a user or something like that. I think for now we're actually good to actually start writing our first test and create some database tables. Any questions on what we've done so far? Any of the testing setup, anything? I do want to move these imports into here. Request. So what I'm basically doing is re-exporting common library types and functions that we're going to use in most of our tests. Like this request builder thing, we're going to use basically all the time. Same goes for the JSON comparison stuff. Nice. I think it's actually time to think about the database setup. At least the first couple of tables. Perhaps think about authentication, authorization as well. Yeah, I think we should start with that. I have to sneeze. All right. Let's commit this. Let's not commit the .env file, however. One thing we do probably want is separate test and like local development database. We want to like run the server locally versus running the tests locally. We do probably want separate separate like databases for that. So let's do that. Let's say in the .env file we want a test as well. Create DB, and then here we want a different database pool in test and development. That's actually pretty straightforward. If we make a function called make DB pool, returns a PG pool. I can pull those in there. Oops. Like that. And then we can just say this one is only CFG not test. And this one is CFG test. So basically the functions have the same name, but this one is only compiled if we're not in test mode, whereas this one is compiled if we are in test mode. One thing that I would like to get set up at some point, I don't think we need to do that now, is to automatically wrap each test in a transaction somehow, such that like the state from each test doesn't bleed into the next test. This is a bit annoying with how the connection pool is set up, because currently it has one connection pool is made, like we don't really have any way to access the connection pool from here to actually open a transaction. And also I wonder if you open a transaction on a connection and you then return that connection to the pool, would that, because down here in the actual SQL execution code, we don't deal with single transactions, right? We just pass the pool directly to fetch one, and that's how we load stuff from the database. And then fetch one will asynchronously get a pool from the connection, or get a connection from the pool rather. So if like in the beginning of a test we pull out, if you can imagine that we had a connection pool with only one connection in it, and we pull that connection out and we start a transaction on it and return it to the pool, does that then keep the transaction around? I am not sure. I guess we're gonna have to create a table to actually find out. What do you think, chat? I think this is something that we need to deal with early on. Otherwise, like, we cannot have tests written where they share state in the database, basically. That's not going to work. So let's make a table, just like a random user table, allowing you to create a user just with a username, just so we can actually put data into the database. And then we can try to deal with it and have like one test that creates a user and like another test that asserts that the database is empty. And then we can see if we can figure it out. So how do we actually make post endpoints? Or rather, I suppose we need some script to create the database. We could use migrations, which we probably should set up at some point. Diesel does have, Diesel, which is a database library for Rust, it does have a CLI that lets you create and run migrations. And it actually doesn't depend on Diesel itself. It's just a CLI that you run. So we could use that to have migrations running. I think for now, we just need like one SQL script that we can run that will like nuke all the tables and recreate them from scratch. And then when we have sort of a bigger setup and we're perhaps looking to deploy it to Heroku or AWS or something, then we can look into actually setting up migrations. Those two things shouldn't be mutually exclusive. So let's just say that we have a, let's actually have a bin setup script. And it's going to create the development database and the test database. Don't care about failures. That's what this or true business means. And then it is going to PSQL bin setup.sql. There we go. Create the users table. With an ID, username, is there DropDB? So now I should be able to do did that not work? Yeah, there we go. I wonder what database it created them on just before. Is there like a default database in PSQL? I'm not sure. So for those of you who don't know, when you install Postgres, it comes with some command line tools to basically create and delete databases. Those are just DropDB and CreateDB. And then PSQL is the tool that you actually use to open the Postgres REPL where you can run SQL. And you can say, if you pass a .-d, that it'll like act on that particular database, right? And if you do this syntax, that basically means that it'll run whatever the contents of this script is on that database. It's as if you like opened the REPL and typed out the contents of that file. So I imagine that we're going to be like adding, eventually we're going to be adding like a tweets table or something like that here. But for now we just have users. And so the reason that we're sort of dropping the database first and then recreating it is that it's just an easy way for us to, like, while we're nailing down the schema and figuring out and seeing what we need and stuff like that, then this is an easy way to just sort of get back to a clean slate. So I think let's just test and see if this actually works. So we should be able to say select count star from users. That does actually work. So if you say just user X, it complains that that table doesn't exist. So SQLX is successfully talking to the database at compile time. So let's have an endpoint for now that just lists all the users. In fact, let's do it the TDD way and have a test for it first. Creating a user. So at first, there should be no users. So if we say get /users, I'm not sure that /users is an endpoint that we actually want in the finished application. Probably not. I mean, if we're going to have a million gazillion users, it's probably not very efficient to load up all of them. But for testing and getting things set up, it's totally fine. So we expect to have no users at first, right? Then we can use assert JSON EQ. So the reason that we want to use EQ and not include, as we did before, is if we assert that our response sort of includes an empty array, then if the response is not an empty array, then it'll still pass, because the empty array is basically included in all arrays, if that makes sense. So this I do expect to pass, well, to fail, because we haven't actually implemented it yet. It received a not found. It expected a 200, so that's from the status code, this guy, which makes sense. So we say at /users, let's just put in a to-do. I guess not. And then we need to actually query the user. So what you can do in SQLX is you can use their query as macro, which basically takes a SQL string and some struct that has fields where the names and types matches the select statement that you're doing. And then it'll automatically like set each of these fields for each response from your query. So I imagine that we need something like this. Currently, we're just putting everything in source main. When we have sort of a bigger idea of the different moving parts that we're going to have in our app, then we're going to split them out and move them into different modules. But for now, we're just going to put everything in source main. So we're going to have a user with an ID that is a UUID. We just need to import it. And a username, that was a string, right? Select ID, username from users. I believe it is fetch all. Like that. And then we return users. And we just need to derive serialize. And UUID cannot be serialized. Does it have a Saturday feature? Does. Interesting. So there's a crate called what features that basically lists the feature flags that are available for some other crate, but it doesn't list the Saturday feature that UUIDs supposedly, according to their docs, have. Which I suppose is a bug in what features. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Right, so now it actually compiles. So the feature does exist. It does seem to be a bug in what features. And we're able to return the users directly as JSON because they are now serializable. Run the test again. And it passes. Although you could argue, if you were like a TDD purist, that this test is actually doing too much. Right, you could make it pass just like this, or like that, right? Just always returning an empty array would also make it pass. I guess that's the correct way to go. So then we actually need to be able to create a user. I think I'm not sure that we're going to get to authentication and authorization and password hashing and all that stuff today. I think we should just be able to have an endpoint to create a user directly from a username, and then we can do with auth next time, because that's quite a big, at least a bigger topic. So let's say that we need a post request. So I'm wondering, the request that we're actually doing here, how do we set the post body on that one? So that is an HTTP types request. Header values, replace body, take body, replace body with another body without deinitializing either one. Body string gets the body from the request. I suppose set body, set the request body. Anything that could be converted into a body. Can we do JSON from reader? Buff read. Request response from string. What are they doing over here? This was the other library that we found that we basically copied most of the testing code from. Did they have one that actually did? They have query string, server, test JSON, JSON body. This constructs an actual actual HTTP client and an actual HTTP server. That's probably not what we want. Let's see if we can get this guy working. Set body. Right. So let's do this stuff directly for now. We will eventually be going through our own builder API. So post /users, URL parse. Method is a post. And then we have rec set body, set content type. So that does work. We're probably going to have to say set content type as well. MIME from MIME for header value. From stir. We did look at, I think it was this one, where we had the body JSON from before. How did it set the MIME type? Body string. Or was it on the response? Yeah, it was. So that calls MIME application JSON. Is that a thing we have access to? Nope. Oh well. Set body JSON. Can we call this directly? So it expected a MIME set content type on the request. And MIME implements it implements from stir, which means that we can say dot parse, right? Yeah. So the parse function, so you can call parse on a string in this case, so on a stir, and you can basically convert it into anything, like any f that implements from string, and from string is basically a parsing trait. So it takes a string and returns some type or an error of some kind. And so you're able to create, so MIME implements from stir. That means you can basically parse strings into MIME types. Curious though how it actually does it. Sure that it's ASCII to do fill in. I love this. So it basically doesn't do any parsing at all, right? As long as the stuff is ASCII, then we're fine. So I'm wondering if this works. It's going to complain that the endpoint doesn't exist, and then I want to like over here, I want to like define the route and actually pull out the data and just see that we can parse it into some struct that implemented deserialize, right? Say 201 created, run the test. It should fail saying that the route doesn't exist. It does method not allowed. Yeah, that's probably because we only have users get, we don't have users post. Do you add that down here? What does get return? Get returns the app. Say move. That seems to work. All right. So it expected that we returned 201 created, but we actually returned 200 OK. This should make the test pass. And there we go. So how do we actually parse the JSON out of this request? Let's look at the docs, HTTP tied request. Body JSON. That seems to be what we want. So we expect a struct that has a username that's a string. Whoa, I got vimmed. Let's call it create user, and it implements deserialize. Request body JSON as a create user that is async. We need to declare the request is mutable. This is probably a result type of some kind. Yeah, create user or IO error. Interesting. What if there's a deserialization error? Any IO error encountered while reading the body's immediate transition error. If the body cannot be interpreted as valid JSON for the target type T, an error is returned. All right. Okay, it maps to invalid data, which I guess makes sense. Whoa. I fucked up the window sizing. Sorry, guys. There we go. We should be back now. If there's part of the browser window that you can't see, just let me know. It looks good in OBS. All right. Where were we? So, yeah. Can we use question mark directly here? It seems so. That's a create user. Let's just see that it gets parsed correctly. It totally seems like it does. Very nice. And if we say like it also has a password, then we should get some HTTP error. Here we go. It is mapped to internal server error. That's unfortunate. Invalid data. It would be nice if it automatically mapped invalid data to whatever that would be, like some 400 error, right? Client error. Let's add a to-do for that. All right, so this works. We don't actually have a test that the user got created. However, if we call the endpoint to get all the users again, now we should get back the user that we created before, right? Username Bob. So I do expect this test to fail. Failing down here, that it expected to get 1 user, but it got 0 users. And there we go. So it says that the array was empty, basically. Let's just turn this over to an inclusive test, because we don't care that the JSON values are exactly identical. They will be for the time being, but later down the road, they might not be anymore. It should still fail with a similar error though, and it does. So we need to actually fetch the user from the database. And then down here, we need to actually create the user, right? Yep. So here we say, what is it? Query, insert, into users, ID, username, values, like that. And it needs the 2 parameters. So that's a UUID. How do you make a new UUID? Clock sequence. SHA-1 based on some data. I think v4 is what we need, which also requires us to add it as a cargo feature. I believe I saw that in their README earlier. Yeah. New v4. Mutable borrow occurs here. Immutable borrow occurs here. So the issue here is that we're trying to create a mutable borrow to the request while we already have an immutable borrow alive. So up here, we borrow the state from the request. If we look at state, you can see it takes ampersand self, so it's an immutable reference to self, and it returns an immutable reference to the state. So this state lives for as long as self lives, which is the request. So the lifetime of state is tied to the lifetime of self. So this guy is a immutable borrow from the request. And then down here, to actually get the body JSON out, we do a mutable borrow, because we need to actually read the bytes out of the socket, which is immutable, which is a thing that you can only do once, right? I suppose. So at this point, we have an immutable borrow. We take a mutable borrow, and then down here, like it was fine before, because Rust knows that this borrow is not used below, so it basically goes out of scope immediately, which then makes this mutable borrow fine. But now we're using the immutable borrow down here. So we're basically, at this point, we have both a mutable and an immutable borrow alive at the same time, which you cannot have according to the borrow checker. Hey, how's it going? We're also doing web development today, but this time in Tide rather than Warp. So far it's going good. We had some issues getting the tests working, but currently not everything is broken. I think what we can do here is clone the connection pool and then borrow it down there. I'm not sure if there is an easier way around it. Cloning the connection pool is cheap to do. I'm not sure if we can look at the specific implementation of it, but it basically has an arc inside it, so cloning it is very cheap. Yeah, it just does an arc clone, so that's not a huge issue. It is slightly unfortunate though that we have to do that. Would it be, let's look at requests, see what we have. Into body. Is that the right request type? Yeah. So the function that we're calling is body JSON. This guy. How do you like Tide? I like it. I feel like the API, at least sort of the non-test API, is easier to understand and wrap your head around than Warp. The reason that we're not using Warp is because the type errors get pretty nasty sometimes. We haven't run into any of that stuff with Tide yet. We had some issues figuring out how to actually test it, and you needed like several other HTTP related crates to actually write the test for it, which was sort of odd, but oh well. Yeah, the Warp type errors are pretty crazy. It reminds me of Diesel, which I've used quite a bit for SQL. I don't think there's a good way around it. I think we're just gonna have to clone the connection pool. If we were to do, what is the method? Acquire await. So this actually pulls out a connection rather than just passing in the pool directly. Then it works. I guess that's fine in this case. if we were to do multiple queries in here, I would like to, no. Bumping the reference count on an arc is totally fine. That's the performance overhead that we can live with. It's going to be IO bound regardless, so it doesn't really matter. I now expect the test to pass, actually. And it does. And just to be totally, should we return the user that we just created? That would be kind of nice. Should definitely not just return an empty body. That's sort of odd, right? What's the error that we're getting? Main 13. Right. So this is the error that we actually wanted to get in the first place. So the issue here is that if we fire up PSQL on Wither test, you can see that there's actually one user in the database. So what we want is for a way to automatically clear, sort of truncate all the tables before and after each test, so that there's no state that basically carries between each test, because that is going to make us crazy. So what I've done in the past is I set the size of the connection pool in test mode to be 1. So there's always just one connection there. And then before any test runs, I just grab that one connection, start a transaction on it, and put the connection back in the pool, basically. And that would basically keep the transaction around, and it would never be committed. And then the connection pool would go away, and then the connection would go away, and then the transaction would just be rolled back, basically, or never committed. I'm not sure that we can do the same thing here. So the reason that the test is failing is that it expects that there are no users to begin with, right? So it's this guy that fails. It expects it's something that's empty, but it didn't. I did a different way where I used Diesel's migration to set up a DB for every test so they can run in parallel. That's actually pretty cool. So then you did you have the databases created beforehand? Or did you just come up with a random name for the database and that was the name that you used? How did you do that? Because you're right, with the approach that I described, you cannot have tests run in parallel. Parallel tests going to the same database is a bit problematic sometimes. You can get it to work, but I've experienced that it can be a bit flaky. Let's just try the single the connection with a connection pool the size of 1 to just see if it works. I believe you can say pool builder. I gave it a prefix and then adds random text at the end. Yeah. We might actually try the same thing. That's kind of neat. Builder, max size. Is the added benefit that if the test fails, the DB is in the state that it failed in. That's actually pretty neat. How did you, like, when did you delete the databases then? Did you just do that manually, or were they reused between test runs? Build, takes the URL. DB header deleted on success. Yeah. So the test still fails, which is good. We updated the wrong connection pool. Still want this to be new. So this is the non-test version. This is the test version. Right. I'm curious if it's gonna like just hang because it's never gonna be able to get a connection. So let's say up here we make the server and we're able to get the state from the server. Tied server with state. No, we're not. That means we have to pass the connection pool in. Should still fail the same way. Not present. It's because we need to set up the environment variables. Let's just do that here. And let's also do it here. Is it a problem if we do this more than once? This should be called early in the execution, and the global logger may only be initialized once. Future notification attention will return an error. It's already been said. God damn it. Let's ignore logging and tests for now. We do need to call .env though to actually set up the database environment variable. And still panics in the same way, so that means that it should probably be getting the same connection. So now we should be able to say get a connection. DB pool acquire. And then I believe you can say begin. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I believe, so when you call begin on a connection, it returns a transaction, and transaction implements drop, and drop will most likely close the transaction. Yeah, so we won't be able to do the thing that I'm trying to do because the transaction will be immediately closed here. That kind of sucks. I suppose we do need multiple databases. How did I found another example that used warp. Rust real world app warp. How did they do their testing? Assuming they did. No, they did not. Real world tide. Do these people have tests? Domain. What is this? Create database. Oh, that's cool. You can create a database directly from SQL. Yeah, I think we might have to do something similar. It is almost a bit unfortunate that, like, if you don't care about the test database being left around if a test fails, is there a way to like easily remove it, or are you just going to end up with a lot of test databases just laying around? Get test repo. Yeah, delete them occasionally. I honestly don't see another way to do it. Yeah. All right, let's try to port this to SQLX and see how that works. So we don't care about the size anymore. The DB doesn't drop because of the panic. Yeah. So we don't need to be passing in the connection pool anymore. We can just make it here. Let's do that initialization in main like we did before. Wait, we do need to pass in the connection pool still because we have to customize what URL is going to be using. So let's get rid of this guy. All right. Rand. We're not using tracing, at least not yet. Diesel connection establish. So you're doing that just to create the database. I wonder if there is in SQLX a way to just like create one one connection and not a pool. Connect. Totally seems like there is. This is going to be an async function. Let's just unwrap. So this is going to be PG connection, right? Connect db URL await unwrap. We need to import this trait and this guy. Parse db URL. All right. I see. So the reason you're using format is because can you do like that for no? You can't do, what are they called? Like the Postgres placeholder. Like the interpolated values in SQL. Type annotations needed. Database. What databases are there? Postgres. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Let's see. It's pretty cool that you can just like pull in code, and you don't necessarily have to understand all of it. You just kind of fix the type errors one by one, and hopefully it'll just work at the end. So query dot, how do you execute a query? Query, your query dot execute. Execute with the connection. Come on. I'm not quite sure if this actually needs to be its own variable. Yes, it does. I wish that Rust could just like figure this out. Do you ever get these like creates a temporary variable that is immediately freed? Can't do that. And the solution is always just to pull it into a variable. That's annoying. Execute, unwrap. Used by test code. Extract variable to local. Which LSP plugin do you use for Vim? I use Vim LSP, I believe it's called. Yeah, Vim LSP, and it's broken. At least the fixes. So if, for example, we remove state down here, there's an action to add the import for it, but it fails. Yeah, COC. I have used COC before. Maybe I should give it a shot again. What does this do? It gets the process ID of the database. Drop DB. Probably inline this. Yeah, I'm also super happy with Rust Analyzer. I think the issue is that my my LSP Vim plugin has a bug or something. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I use Scala by day, and the imports work fine there. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. Drop the database. Run migrations. This one we don't really have, so we need to figure out how to do that. Pub async. So currently we're not really dealing with migrations. We just have a single setup SQL file. Can you read the whole file and then run it in one go, or do you need to split it by semicolons? Let's find out. For me, it ran the whole thing, yeah. I'm hoping it's gonna do that. Let's be a good citizen and use the async read file. fs read to string. Yeah, it would be convenient to put it in a crate. Test DB. DB, what is that? So that's the thing that you create in the test, and then that is what you implement drop on. I see. So it needs to be our PG pool, I believe. PG pool. Oh yeah, because it's an option, right? DB URL. Is it tpope vim commenter that you're using for your blog comments? Yes, it is. It is right there. I used that for lots of years. Too long. I think I have a lot of Tempo plugins. Yeah, quite a bit. That guy is a legend. Pool size. Let's call this db pool. How did we actually create the pool? And the reason that you don't panic here is because panics in drops are hard, or is that a bad idea to panic during a drop? Drop db takes the URL. That's a future. How do you invoke a future from drop? Just to block on? Spawn. So the problem is that db_url is tied to the lifetime of self, and self goes out of scope. So if we make this one take a capital S string, so how do we actually call this? We say new on the test DB. And that gives us a DB. Like that. Can we have it like print the name of the database that it creates? Whoops. Everything seemed to just work. Database is still there though. Relation users do not exist. How do you list all tables in Postgres? DT. Oops. So if we don't do anything in drop, that should make the database stick around. If we just do drop db, because I'm curious if the future ever actually got to finish, because we just like spawn it and then the test finishes immediately, which probably drops the future, so it never gets to finish. So we probably want like futures block on or something to make sure that it actually gets time to finish. But I just actually want to see that it does create all the tables correctly. Let's run the test again. It failed. Relation users already exists. 197. Why does it already exist? Do we create it twice? The error is that the user table already exists. Relation users already exists. But if we open up the table, like if we open up the database and we list all the tables, it's not there. Do we create it? You don't run the migrations twice. Is there a way that you can see, like select all the query Postgres to get all the tables? To get a listing of every table being managed by Postgres for a particular database. basically like, I want to see what tables are actually there. Fetch all. That's quite a lot. Is there a way to only get to see just the tables in the information schema for listing your tables? I guess that's what we want. Yeah, the user table is there. But why? Yeah, it does seem to be a different name each time. So this is N1L. And this is ICG. So it is a different name. Are you sure it's using the correct DP? Pretty sure. Can we log here? What if we do, can we log the PG connection? This seems right, right? It's using the same one each time, and it's not like pgcon 193. Yeah, it's just connecting to this URL, and I don't even know what it means when you just have a slash at the end and actually no database name. So it's not actually connecting to the database, to the correct database, you're right. I think it uses your users DB. What is my default user? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That matches the table schema that we're trying to create, right? So why does this return a tuple? Because we need both. But when we're actually connecting, we want the whole thing, right? So really what we want is I was wondering if like we could make this one, the PG connection, include the name of the database, but I guess we don't want that because you can't, here when we're creating the database, you can't connect to it if it doesn't exist. So I assume it's only for actually running the schema where we want to like put the two names back together. If I can type like that. I think this does it. There's no other places where we're using the URL. So up here, it shouldn't matter, right? No, and in fact, we probably can't because we're dropping the database. Same goes here. That seems to work. I do believe we commented out our drop. So if we open up this database, there we go. That did actually work. Nice. Now we just need to bring the drop back. I believe in futures there is a block on. Use a local pool if you need fine-grained control. In the future, it's completion on the current thread. Yeah, sounds like exactly what we want. Can we avoid the clone now? Yep. Very nice. So that worked. I would now expect this database to be gone. And it is. Sweet. It's actually working. This is cool. So now we somehow need to get that hooked up and wired into this actual server stuff to make it a bit more automatic. But thanks, this is a really cool setup. I had honestly I've never done it this way before. I've done Rails development in the past. And there you have either two options. You have like every test gets one connection that's wrapped in a transaction. And in earlier versions of Rails, they're able to have multiple, like I think, however, like 4, 6, 8 something test databases that Rails will like manage for you and automatically put tests on different databases. But it was cool that you're basically able to build this in Rust. And the fact that we have drop is super convenient for cleaning this up. That's really nice. So we've been going for like 4 hours, and as you can see, it's past midnight in Copenhagen. So I think we're gonna cut the stream here. We made pretty good progress, I would say. Basically, we sort of, without knowing anything about how Tide worked, we were basically able to sort of wrap our head around it, add our first few routes, create a user. We're gonna have to do like password authentication and stuff like that in the next stream. We got testing set up. We still have a bit of infrastructure to make this a bit more manageable, but that should be fairly straightforward. So all in all, I think is a productive first stream. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in probably about a week. Yeah, take care. See ya.